put some captions or something in there. Okay, so I have a motion and a second to accept the treasurer's monthly report for June.
It's good.
It's good. We don't need to take a motion on that?
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about audio.
Oh, okay.
Multitasking, sorry.
That's okay. Any further discussion about treasurer's monthly report for June? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 8, deliberate and consider possible approval of treasurer's quarterly report for third quarter fiscal 21.
Move to approve.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Snooks,
Second.
a second by Commissioner Clement. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 9, deliberate and consider possible removal of 2 temporary part-time positions in the county attorney's office and reinstate 1 full-time position beginning August the 9th of 2021.
That's just a reversal of what we did, right, 2 weeks ago? That's just a reversal of what we did 2 weeks ago, right? Move to approve.
Have a motion to approve
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion on the temporary part-time positions in the county attorney's office and reinstating 1 full-time?
You need to talk to it, Ed, for any reason?
Sorry?
You need to talk to it for any reason?
No, I think you got it.
All right. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Agenda item number 10, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding the approval of the paid quarantine leave for peace officers, detention officers, emergency medical technicians, and paramedics policy. Elizabeth, can you talk to us?
Morning.
Morning.
So House Bill 2073 requires the county to provide paid quarantine leave for peace officers, detention officers, and emergency medical technicians, paramedics that are exposed to communicable disease while on duty. So this is the policy that I've put together to cover that. The employee must report the exposure immediately to the supervisor upon knowledge, and it has to be something that they were exposed to at work. It cannot be an off-duty exposure. And then the policy also talks about how to put that on the timesheet to get paid for it and those sort of things. So I'm just asking that you approve this policy so that we are covered to comply with this House bill.
So move.
Second. Is there any stipulation that if they respond to something where they think there's a possible exposure, that they have on protective clothing, anything of that
Not that
nature?
I'm aware of.
So,
What was the bill number again, so we can put that into the minutes?
2073.
2073, and that was House bill?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Clement and a second from Commissioner Arndt to accept the change that Elizabeth has made in our HR policy concerning quarantine leave for emergency medical staff, thus making us compliant to House Bill 2073. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
I have a question, Elizabeth. So, do we have a policy for how long someone stays out if they get COVID?
No, because we follow the CDC guidelines.
Okay. I had spoke to you earlier about that. Have you found any more out about that?
No, I haven't had a chance.
Okay.
to talk to her.
Because I don't know if it's 10 days, 14 days, what it is.
I'll find out for sure if anything's
Okay.
changed.
You might reach out to Ray and see if he has anything
Yeah.
from
I don't know, you ought to have some.
Texas Emergency Commission.
Okay.
Thank you. Agenda item number 11, deliberate and consider possible approval of interlocal agreement with Regional Public Defender for capital cases. This is an annual thing that we just renew. We've been doing this for a while, probably should have been on the consent agenda. I'll make the motion to approve the interlocal agreement with the Regional Public Defenders.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Arndt.
Have we funded that this year, Shelley? We good?
Yes.
Okay.
We've been doing it for how long? A long
5 or
time.
6 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we didn't forget it on the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Agenda item number 12, deliberate and consider possible approval of applying for the individual safe room grant with FEMA through TDM. I think we did this last year.
2 years, 3 years ago.
4 years ago. At least.
Maybe 5.
5 years. Oh, it's been a while.
So at least a couple of you are aware of what this is about.
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve. And a second by Commissioner Clement to apply for the individual safe room grant from FEMA. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, agenda item number 13, discussion regarding voting location for November general election. Can you give us some insight there?
Yeah, this is just where I need to set the locations for November. Per election code 4302, the Commissioners Court will set the polling locations. Because on a amendment election, we can consolidate or combine.
Sure.
We already have a lot of them combined, so I'm recommending to leave it the same. I didn't know if y'all wanted to combine a couple of the smaller ones or not.
No, I believe we leave it the same until we understand what the census are going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially for a small election.
Yeah, I think we need to wait until we know what the census numbers are because we're going to probably have to rearrange them thereafter.
I noticed precinct 18 Munster, it's either the First Baptist Church or the JC.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you recommend either one of them? I was going to ask my judge there. You know, we moved it because the First Baptist
Yeah.
Church wasn't available for one of them special elections, so.
First Baptist Church is, the church is a little better deal, I believe. JCs are fine having it there.
It's about the same size, so. if
About the
it's
same size, if
available-
it's available, it's got a little better parking.
Yeah,
A little easier to get to, a little better parking, it's right on 82.
right. I
It's not
agree.
that big of a deal.
I agree.
but,
I forgot about that, I was going to ask you what you thought. So if it's available, we'll have it there, if not, we'll have it at GC's. But
All right.
well, I still have to contact all these to make sure they're available, but usually they know that it's coming up.
Yeah.
They usually have them calendared, but I didn't want to call them until y'all set them for sure. So I'll start calling them today to make sure they're all available.
Move to approve.
I have a
We
motion.
don't really have,
Oh, we
it's
don't
just
have to, it's
discussion. So
discussion,
I
it wasn't
will,
an approval.
yeah, I will now put this in there to
right,
approve it
gotcha.
once I call them all and make sure.
All right, agenda item number 13, no action. Agenda item number 14, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding Main Street lot. I guess the most important thing here is once we go into budgeting to make sure that we have the funds to support it. We do have a rough bid now for the concrete work of $168,000. Is that correct, Rick?
160.
160. I would head through in the stripes.
I'm sorry.
Nothing.
That's concrete only, and that's just a rough estimate.
Okay. Is that going to be enough information for us to budget to, Shelley?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, sorry.
So we add to it. We did budget.
Yeah.
Just to be safe.
Any further discussion on the Main Street lot? Then we will take no action on agenda item number 14. Agenda item number 15, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding the Crest Building. Anybody have any new information or anything they'd like to discuss concerning the Crest Building? Okay. Then we'll take no action on agenda item number 15 as well. Agenda item number 16, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding the annex. I did talk to Komatsu Rick Sacy twice last week. He's still a couple of weeks away from finishing the drawing, so we would be in a position to start doing bids. He said he would continue to keep us updated, so that's kind of where we're at with it.
You need to approve the change order.
Oh, yes, thank you. The change order, it's in your packet. $14,000 we had previously approved a couple of courts back, and then the $98,000 I'm told was for the work that they had done previously. Is that correct, Shelley?
That was the original contract.
I did send something to Rick Sacy, and he said that work had been completed.
Not all of it.
Oh, okay. Do we have a listing of what they still owe us, Shelley, somebody?
Well, they do the oversight of the construction, so we hadn't even started that.
That's just encumbered monies, Judge. That's what that is.
Okay.
That's not,
This was before my time, so I'm assuming that you guys are more familiar with it. But that would make sense.
So they hit us with an extra 14 grand for redrawing some rooms upstairs?
Yep.
Well, that and the changing of the bid specs and adding to the bid specs and adding to the overseeing of the construction.
how about some of that the assessment to the flooring? Or is that paid out of different monies?
We approved the $14,000 right after our workshop in the following court, and it was for the drawing, and Shelley's right, and the oversight and the bidding process.
Yeah, I've already approved the 14. This is just the contract to sign.
Okay. Don't you normally approve the contract first? Not necessarily?
Well, they didn't have it
Yeah.
ready, or it wasn't ready when the 14 was approved.
Typically, you get a contract and then you go to work. I can't hardly, can you turn that thing down over there? Because I can't hardly hear. I can't hear Shelley at all.
I'm trying to talk louder.
I know, it's not your fault. You ready to go? It's all.
Sorry about that.
That's not low, that's high. As high as another man.
Shut the lines, that means a lot.
Ah, that's better. Because you can't hear it, can you? No. The secretary can't hear, or the clerk can, not secretary, sorry. Well, you're secretary of the court, but the clerk can't hear it either, and that's not good.
Rob's now, it don't matter. Yeah. Sun's out, right?
It is out.
So all I need for you to do is just sign this change order, because the 14's already been approved several courts ago.
Yep.
And actually, the contract was approved. That doesn't matter. It's all-
Well, the $14,000 change order was approved, I just need this contract signed, the change order signed.
Move to approve. I have a motion to approve the change order for Komatsu by Commissioner Snuggs.
Second.
I have a second to approve the amendment by Commissioner Arndt. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 17, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding county radio communication system. looked like we had a handout.
Well, actually, that's in the packet. I wasn't sure it was going to get in the packet. What that is, that change order that we've been talking to for several weeks now, and a list of the equipment changes, that the additional add-ons on equipment, and the net after credits it's an increase to the change order, or the original contract, by $53,159.91. I'd make the motion, we approve the judge's signature for that.
Have a motion to approve the judge signing the change order for the $53,159 by Commissioner Hollowell.
And what changed for that?
I'm sorry.
What was all this additional equipment that,
That's EMS. Basically, that's adding EMS and dual head radios for ambulances. That's portables for every commissioner or every barn. I think that's the majority of it.
I guess I thought that, most, I mean, I can understand adding the handhelds or whatever, but I thought like all the ambulances and stuff were included in the,
It is. The ambulances, the chargers and the extra chargers for the,
Dual heads.
no, for the stations. In other words, so they can charge their radios in the station or in the ambulances, either.
The dual heads is also.
The
in this
radios with
50.
dual heads are in there, absolutely.
Yeah, we talked about this previously.
I believe these are some of those changes.
I just wrapping my head around everything.
I'm sorry, Lynn?
These are some of those changes I was complaining about that we hadn't run through court, but the no training, the training and the no training, where did that go? So what kind of training were they going to give us? A radio management workshop, what was that going to be for?
They were going to come in here and spend 2 weeks, and we were going to pay per diem and stuff of that nature, and train radio technicians, which we don't have, if you recall.
Yeah. What was the Tech Subs Academy? Same thing?
I'd have to go back and look at it. There's several pages of the training that we discussed before that was $100 and some thousand per training that we got credited back. And then on page 2 or 3 is what the precincts agreed to do as far as access roads and stuff of that nature. But now I told them we wasn't going to do any herbicide treatment and
Well, that was the other thing.
And
Yeah.
notice over to the right, it says county to provide the materials. You with me?
Yeah, are we gonna, well, that was the question. It says compound graveling, not compound graveling, but graveling the compound.
We're going to provide the treatment, but, the materials, but I told them we wasn't going to do any treatments.
Are they gonna have a specific spec they're gonna want on that? That's what I'm curious about. I don't wanna do any herbicide treatment, and then the geotextile fabric.
Yep.
Are we gonna put that down too?
It's my understanding we're going to be responsible for flex base.
And that's it?
Yeah. Or spread we may do some spreading of the flex base, see when we do with the gravel of the access roads and stuff of that nature.
Yeah.
But as far as, I told them we wasn't signing up for any herbicide, and that's the reason for the annotation to the right where it says county provided materials.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
I didn't know if that included herbicide and the fabric. I'm sure they've got a certain spec for what kind of fabric and all
Yeah,
that.
no, I told them we didn't want any part of any of that.
All right. Well,
So,
yeah, it doesn't, it's a little bit confusing because it just says county provided materials. I thought, well,
Yeah.
are we providing the materials or are
but
we not?
that's the reason for the annotation is to provide it may not be clear, we can get it clarified at tomorrow's meeting. But was what was agreed to. Ultimately, it was $100 and some thousand in credits, and we ordered $230,000 worth of stuff, so we owe $53,000 is the difference. one of our action items out of our last meeting was to decide what was going to stay on the tower at Rice Avenue. Excuse me, the judge and I and Ray Fletcher met out there last week. And because they're replacing all the VHF stuff, it looks like the only thing that stays is the 3 antennas that belong to the city of Gainesville.
We don't have to do anything at Pentex then.
I'm sorry?
I said, we don't have to do anything at the Pentex tower then.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to change out all of our antennas.
No. This had a thing that said structural Pentex, and they took that off.
All right, what are you looking at now, Leon? Are you looking at this change order?
Yeah, scope reduction removed. I was always curious what we were supposed to do at Pentex, but civil.
Well, what was needed there was a structural analysis to ensure weight wasn't an issue, things of that nature.
Yeah.
And actually, part of the reason we're not having to deal with that is Pentex was in the process of doing their own structural analysis, and they provided considerable information to Motorola, but they don't have it all yet, but we don't see any issues.
Do we have the sites nailed down?
Nope.
Do you have any feedback yet, Kathy, from the lender concerning?
We haven't gotten everything we need yet.
Okay, so we're still,
Well, let's talk to that so that nobody thinks we're hiding anything. Actually, what we got, you have to get permission from a lien holder to put a tower on the property. The lien holder sent us back a request. They want a drive-by appraisal done that has, and right now we've talked to a realtor about that, and that is probably going to cost us somewhere around $500. And there's a $250 fee to the lender for what looks to me like processing the paperwork. So, one, we owe them $250, and I think the property owner's going to pay that, and we're going to reimburse the property owners the plan, because it just so happens the property owner's already set up as a vendor in our network versus trying to set up the lender in the network. And then once we get either the appropriate appraiser to go take care of it, then we'll be out the expense of the appraisal. And right now, the best guess is $500, but there's no contract in place.
That's just on one side? Or is that both sides?
No, there's only a lien holder on
I know, but
one side.
the other one's fine.
No, it's not fine yet. I don't have it on paper. We don't have any contract in place.
Is there a reason?
Hortowski and his
I know,
attorneys
but-
are still reviewing the contract.
They're still reviewing the
Yes.
contract, okay.
Yep.
I'll second the change order. That's where we're at, we don't lose track
Yep.
where we're at.
I have a motion for Commissioner Hollowell to accept the change order and a second from Commissioner Snuggs. Any further discussion?
Anybody have any issues with the possible expenditures? Well,
That's a good point.
I'm sorry, let's do this vote. We will, because we're still under the line item, it'll be okay to say, is everybody okay with contacting them, getting
Okay.
the appraisal fees? So, I'm sorry, go through the vote if you will, please.
Okay, back to the change order. Item number 17 in communication system. I have a motion by Commissioner Hollowell to accept, a second from Commissioner Snuggs. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
So now the next question is to be sure that people understand that we're subject to spend some money, somewhere around $750 to get permission from the second lien holder to build the tower. I'm sorry, not the second lien holder, the lien holder.
The lien.
So how do we need to handle this? Do we need a
I just
motion
need to
to
make-
approve the expenditure of the $750 should it occur for a appraiser and then for paper processing?
That's all that I saw that's dollars and cents right there. I mean,
I make the motion that we approve the expenditure of $750 if necessary for an appraiser and for paper processing for Site 1 for the new tower.
I'll second that.
I have a second from Commissioner Snuggs. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
we did communicate to Motorola during our last meeting that we were going to go with the fiber and we wouldn't be utilizing their fifth microwave link. Judge, I miss anything else we talked about 2 weeks ago?
Did we determine we had the money in the budget for that?
I think actually the plan is to use microwave, the money we initially budgeted for microwave and use it for fiber
I thought
to
there,
be paid in the next budget.
yeah, it won't get done now anyway. That's right. It'll have to be in the next budget. Okay.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Agenda item number 18, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding subdivision regulations. What this amounts to, I think we discussed it earlier in a previous court, is what we'd like to do is add an easement requirement for utilities on the plat. What we ended up having, unfortunately, we had plats sold and accessibility to utilities was not available.
They're having issues. The only one I talked to was Dannenbaum when we were in Waco. I ran into that gentleman. And we can add that to our list of things the engineer checks for. And that cost gets passed on to the developer. Do y'all have a problem with that? No?
Not at all.
Are they going to do each lot by meets and bounds? I mean, that's what it says, each parcel. What are we calling a parcel?
Well,
That's a good point. A plat, as I understand it, is the drawing itself.
Of the entire property?
And the entire property.
Yeah.
So I guess the easement, how do we define that so that each property owner would have access to utilities? I guess you could
well, all
interpret that, yep, we gave utilities to the corner there where the plat starts, but that guy's not going to allow the guy beside him to have it.
it would be clearly identified and described by meets and bounds for each parcel.
I think the parcel would be the 100 acres or whatever. Wouldn't that
Oh,
be
I don't
the easiest
know.
way to do it?
Would that be, what do you have? Council,
The engineers do our inspection.
would you get up on the microphone, please? When you find your paperwork?
If the property owner would do it broadly over the entire parcel and put that in the notes, then you wouldn't have to deal with each individual. Huh? Yeah, the developer, I'm sorry, yeah, do it. He would grant it for the entire
Well, that's
plat, if you would.
That's what we're talking about. That's
Yeah.
what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Before we would approve a plat, the
Yep.
engineering that signs off on drainage and everything would also say that there's an easement to all the property for utilities.
here's the concern I have with the wording that we just described here, and I guess we didn't think this through very good, my fault, is that you could technically have electricity, let's say, use it as the hypothetical, to one corner of a 100-acre plat that has 25 owners. Now, technically, it appears that the developer has met the criteria of providing an easement for utilities to the plat, which would be the corner, but not necessarily to each individual lot owner. Am I interpreting that correctly?
So you all have that in front of you, the proposed language for the subdivision regulation? Under 2.08, we added a D that said utility easements.
Yeah.
Do you have that? Y'all have that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I talked to the engineers that do those inspections, and they provided me some input on that. I sent them that paragraph, and then they added that we should also, in addition, add all FEMA-regulated special flood hazard areas, which are the drainage areas. So what we do here is we're putting the burden on the person who develops the property to identify and describe by meets and bounds for each parcel. So it's not the plat as an entirety, it's each parcel within the plat.
Okay.
So that what we have then is a meets and bounds description that identifies where that easement is. Further, that the easements for the provision of utilities be provided like water, gas, electric service, cable, fiber optic lines, telephone, sewer, and overhead service transmission lines. That would cover that whole plethora of utility possibilities, but it identifies that every parcel has to have that easement.
Okay.
Which would then avoid the problem that we're presently addressing about it going to the development, but not into the parcels themselves.
So the rewording of the regulation would be that that whoever the developer is will be responsible for providing utilities to every lot. Is that basically how?
Every parcel that they designate within their plat.
Okay.
So if they've got 100 parcels, 1 acre apiece, or 5 acres apiece, whatever it is, every one of those parcels has to have an easement depicting where those utilities can go.
Can you help us with the wording of that?
That's what we're suggesting in that paragraph D.
And how do we get that onto the plat itself? As a delta node, or how does that work?
The engineers come into play there. So what they do then is they verify the identification of the meets and bounds. So when that engineer group goes out there, they're looking at the plat, they're looking for the things for drainage, but they're also looking to identify that on the ground, there is a marker that identifies meets and bounds descriptions for the utilities.
Okay.
So what we'll have is we'll
That
have
makes
the
sense.
developer be required to do it under our regulations, and then when we're looking to approve that plat, we will look at what the engineers have verified. Further, when the plat is drawn, the surveyor has to identify that, and like the notes we have in a recent plat, they identify the confirmation by the developer that those utility easements were to be provided.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. That way they know exactly where the utilities can be
Right.
ran, rather than people saying, sure, you can have an easement on the back of my place. Next guy says, yeah, you can have an easement on the front of my place, and it looks like a zigzag going through there.
And no, the easements have to be in place and identified before the development is approved.
Now, what's the difference in bullet D and the unidentified paragraph at the bottom? They almost look identical. If we,
Where it says instruction to engineers? Is that what you're talking about?
oh, is that,
Yeah, there's a line, Gary, and then it says instruction to engineers. So when we do our deal with the engineers and ask them to do the inspection, that's what they are going to do. That's one of the requirements for their inspection.
At the end of E, it looks like it's part of E, but it's
yeah,
not.
we need to split that
That-
and put some
that-
space in there or something.
It could be, yeah, it needs to be moved one line
Yeah, we can do that.
down further.
Because, I mean, it looks like it's just a paragraph hanging out there. It looks like it's redundant to,
Well, E is for the drainage. That's one of the things we require the engineers to look at. Is that what you're talking about?
okay, E is drainage, but at the tail end of E, then it goes into engineering instructions talking about verifying meets and
Yeah,
bounds.
that's a separate document. That's not, that would not be in our regulation. That's in our letter to the engineers. When we give them instruction on what we want them to do, that's what we'll be doing. So that line means it's a separate document. There ought to be a line across the bottom there.
Yeah, like I said, it needs a break or something in there, but that is going to be in your instructions to the engineers, or is that, this
That's a-
208's in our,
No, that's not in the subdivision regulation. That's entirely a separate document. That's when we contact the engineers and say, we would like you to inspect this subdivision, we're going to add that paragraph. And the reason that's on this piece of paper is so that it shows that it mirrors the regulation that we'll have in our zoning regulations.
so it'll be, at the end of E, drainage will be drainage system, period, and that'll be the only thing on this page.
Yeah, the only things in the regulations will be items A, B, C, D, and E. And then there's a line, and that's a separate document. I should have probably separated it out on a separate document for you, but we're only talking about the subdivision regulation having those 5 paragraphs under 2.08.
And the rest of
That
it
is
are
the
different.
plat requirements. But now what we do then is when we contact the engineers, we say specifically, we want you to address this question of the availability of utility easements.
When we what do we send the engineers now for scope of work? Okay, so somewhere, okay. So,
Yeah, so we're going to formalize that.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. How do we ensure we get them this little piece of the pie? You're going to take care of it?
We'll just do a letter for
I think whenever, yeah, well, I think whenever I've contacted them in the past, they go and compare it with our subdivision regulations, is what they do.
Right.
And see, you
Right.
would think if they go to the subdivision regulations under D, you know, they're basically verbatim, are they not, with the exception of verify the identity versus clearly identify?
Right.
I mean, the subdivision guidelines right there clearly says that they have to
Well,
do it.
that's not existing
No,
in our subdivision.
that's not
guidelines.
existing. This
It's
is,
not in it.
this is what we're adding.
And
Yeah.
so, but when you
We have them check out the road, basically make sure it's built in the drainage. That goes with the road, and that's pretty much all we have them doing.
And the plat requirements, we only had 4 items. And those 4 items were A, B, C, and E was D. I'm adding D as a new requirement in our subdivision regulations. Then what happens is when we contact our engineers, because when I spoke to them, their view is they will do exactly that. They look at our subdivision regulations and make sure they meet those requirements. Well, this isn't in there right now. So we need to add this, paragraph D, to our subdivision regulations. And then when we contact the engineers, they'll look at that. But out of an abundance of caution, we probably ought to document that contact with the engineers to say, do these things.
But worst case scenario, if that paragraph wasn't even there, and we tell them to go follow our subdivision guidelines, now that y'all amended and implemented D,
It would be there.
it would be there.
Yes, sir.
That's the only reason that's here, was to add that to it. I thought we talked about that at the beginning. We're going to add that to it. And we'll-
The-
And D ought to be highlighted in yellow on your piece of paper, is it not?
It's not.
Okay, that ought to be
D's
highlighted.
not highlighted in that second paragraph,
Yeah.
made it confusing because you don't see this initial, or the instructions to the engineers, because it's
Yeah, I just did it on one piece of paper. But we would make that the regulation, and then I think we ought to contact the engineers in writing and say, here's the things we want. Follow these subdivision regulations, particularly 2.08, and then they'll look down that line.
Who's going to get the action out of our subdivision guidelines and then get it on the website? Change it on the website?
She's ahead of
Okay.
Is that wording acceptable to you, Kathy? Does it look like it'll cover the bases? Yeah, she's the one that ultimately has to administer this.
I asked her to get some new bound copies of it for people, and she said, we need to wait for this day.
Yeah, that's
So we need to make a motion to revise our subdivision guidelines to include
Utilities.
the revision.
Yeah.
Is that your motion?
That's the way you want it.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hollowell to add utility easements to the existing zoning regulations for subdivision, and a second by Commissioner Snuggs. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Before we leave this, that's a good point. We need to reprint those regulations. People keep coming and getting hard copies. I don't know whether we need to just stop giving out hard copies or whether we should reprint some more.
Or charge them if we're going to, that would drive them, everybody else is forced to go electronic. If they had to pay for them, they might go review them online.
Snuggs, you're the one that has at least 3 subdivisions a week.
3 a day. What was the question?
About buying additional
I
hard
told
copies.
I told her I would buy 20, I think I told you 20 copies right now out of my budget.
I guess the other question is do we want to start charging for these and try to get people to start using the electronic?
Well, I don't know why you should pay for them out of your budget. I mean, it's a county thing. We ought to either print some or not. And I think you ought to.
It seems like here lately, they're all in my precinct, so
Yeah,
I don't
but-
mind. But, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea to charge them, you know, because it would,
Let the developer pay for that too. He's the one making the money.
I think there ought to be some copies in case they want one.
it was just a convenience thing for Kathy and I to just have something to hand them.
Can we charge them, Kathy? Issues like, can we charge them for that? What kind of paperwork nightmares that create?
And they're handling money, and you got to turn that in. I don't know
You'd
if
be audited.
Yeah.
you do that anyway.
What?
She's laughing at you.
Radio silence over there's not good.
Are you saying it's not worth the aggravation?
I don't know what authority you have to charge for that.
Okay.
That answers that.
Yep.
I think there's an old provision for charging those, I've seen it.
Just like you charge for an open records request.
Well, there's statute for that.
I mean, how do we charge anything else associated with it?
We charge for copies, I mean, it would
We
be a
charge for
copy.
plat
There's
copies.
statute for that too.
Oh,
These
never
are
mind.
copies.
Why can't you just leave it on the website?
Well, we can, but some people want to pay.
Yeah.
Print it off here.
Go to the website.
No. Yeah.
That's a very good suggestion. Thank you, that's a very good
With
suggestion.
that being said, I still don't mind a few to have around, so.
Well, if we got any hard copies, they need to reflect this change. If what we got
Yeah,
to be
for sure.
thrown
Yeah,
away.
we're out, I think we're out of hard
So they'd be
copies.
thrown
We
away.
already will be, yeah.
No, we're out.
Yeah.
So do we need to make a motion on doing 20 additional copies?
No, that,
All good? Okay.
How many engineering firms did we, 6 we accepted? You think we ought to make sure they all know we're adding this, just to be on the safe side? Okay.
Shoot them all one email.
Yeah.
Okay. Agenda item number 19, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding various grant funds.
Under the 2015 FEMA, they finally requested to have that erroneous deposit returned to them. So instead of putting it in precinct 3 and writing a check out of precinct 3, I put it in general fund and wrote a check out of general fund. They have sent a 2-page request for data copies for precinct 4 for PW 596, so they're working on precinct 4s.
They've been working on precinct 4s for 2 years.
So you might get some money here as soon as I can get them
That's
their
nice. Okay.
get their copies. I got the canceled checks, and now I'm going to work on the payroll stuff. No update on the FEMA 2020, no update on the CTIFs, no update on the elections. The first report on the American Rescue Act is due July 31st. And then the second report is due in October. And because we received more than $5 million, I have to report quarterly. Anybody that received less than $5 million has to report annually. And it's not listed on here, but the HHS CARES grant, which is the Health and Human Services grant that EMS received, the report is due July 31st, and they spent all of their money, so when I report it, that grant will be closed.
Okay.
And that's all I have on those.
Anything else on grant funds? And we'll take no action on grant funds. It is 10 minutes till 11. We'll go into executive session, compliance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551.
Do we have anything for executive, Judge?
We do consultation with attorney and real property. so we'll go back into regular session. Agenda item number 21, is there any future agenda items we need to discuss? Okay, we'll take no action on future agenda items. Item number 2, deliberate and consider possible action on county judge proposed fiscal 22 budget. Okay, everybody, do you want to give us some insights at this point, or do you want us, we're going to go through a spreadsheet, Doug, of the items that I had some concern that I wanted the court to look at before I did my proposed budget? It shouldn't take but probably 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or do you want to, before we go into adopting the tax rate? Somebody help me out here, or should
Do
we?
you want to come back when we're talking tax rate?
Or
Now,
do you
this
want-
isn't final, this is just
No,
proposed, right?
I just need to file a proposed one with her, and then within the next 25 days, we need to have a public hearing.
Yeah.
So I don't know that we can't, Shelley, help me, can we talk tax rate now, or should we go through the budget first?
You can move whatever around you want.
Okay, well, let's talk about tax rate. You want to give us a briefing, you and Shelley? And I think everybody has a copy of the spreadsheet that Shelley sent out.
Did that come last night?
Last night,
Last night.
email.
You can look over my shoulder.
There we go.
There's 2 proposed rates in there. Okay. One is the non-new revenue rate and the voter approval rate. Help me to understand the differences between the two. I believe that the no new revenue rate is putting us back to a position where we would be taxing the existing entities the exact amount that we did last year, even though their property values have gone up. Therefore, we would need to reduce the rate. So the rate for no new taxes would be 3.393. That would be on page 42.
I don't think that's the way you say that, Judge.
Is that not the way you say that?
Because to say that we're taxing them at the same rate, does still not mean the same thing as effective rate?
I think so.
It is.
That's
It
what
is.
I want to
The
ask. those
effective
two.
rate simply says you're going to generate the same amount of money from ad valorem tax this year as you did last year.
For the existing buildings that you taxed last year, you still get the benefit of the additional new stuff. Is that
But the
not?
way you're saying that almost suggests that if we're going to charge them business A, we're going to charge them the same thing we did last year, but if the tax rate changes, that won't be true.
No, it means if we took in $100,000 last year in the whole county,
Yep.
you adjust your tax rate to take in $100,000.
For the existing buildings that we taxed last year. Hey, can
Well,
I?
he's talking about new bills now. You're not throwing new bills in there.
That's
New
right.
bills are exempt.
Yeah, that's just a different way of saying it,
But
but it's a little bit confusing. I mean,
Okay.
You should say excluding new builds. That's what everybody.
I think I said that, but that's okay.
I'm just thinking everybody might not pay the same tax this year as they did last year, and that's,
Yes.
Well, they're ignoring us, so.
we need y'all in the game. I think they're trying to figure out if it's accurate. 2-cent drop look high to me.
So
Well, then let's go on to the next one.
let's all go get something to eat and come back.
The rollback rate, as I understand it, is the most that we can tax without having a vote. We are allowed to go to 0.4131, is the way I understood it. Now, once again, I may have that wrong. I guess we'll wait till these 2 get it done.
It sounds like they're comparing those commissioners tax. That'd be important. That would be important.
Can y'all give us a
See,
definition?
I've not seen it done by rate as much as that 2 cents generates 3.5%
Quick question.
revenues.
Yes.
The effective rate versus the no new revenue tax rate versus the voter approval tax rate.
Yes.
Okay, what's the deal?
Effective rate become the no new revenue rate. The rollback rate became the voter approval
So we could go up to .413 without a hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
No,
That's the 3.5%, that equates to 3.5%, is that?
you can go up to the 413 one without an election.
Yeah, that's the 3.5%.
Okay.
Yeah, 3.5.
That's your 3.5%.
And part of that's your debt. So
Okay, that's part of that's your debt also. I got that.
0.168.
They're just using different terminology than what they used to use.
See, I did have it right.
Sort of.
Well, but it's not worth it.
And I think on one of Shelley's sheets, she has the debt in there, the rate. It is,
What about new builds? Where does,
New bills,
they still call it new builds?
new improvements, you know.
Okay.
You got about $140 million in value.
And that doesn't go against your,
That's subtracted out.
yeah, just like we always did. They haven't changed that any. Okay.
We would want to put our debt into
So the
that.
things that did add to you for that is the indigent and the county criminal and evasion, facing benefits on that part of it, that the state's not wouldn't give it to you for.
Oh, okay.
So that was something that was,
That's certainly not.
for last year.
But we got a pretty good chunk. We got 70,000 this
So-
year. Because 20 was indigent defense was 240,000 and 19. 20 was 240 and 21 was 170 something. So we got 70,000. I mean, that's not, in the scheme of things, a lot of money, but it was.
Yeah. So
That's adding to it.
70 grand, okay.
On this no new revenue, would we not want to, at a minimum, add the debt into that one?
Yes.
Before you set that?
Yeah, that's where it comes out.
That's
No,
what
what you
she's
wouldn't
got.
want to, say we wanted, like, in years past, we'd say we want to just go back and accept effective rate. But we wouldn't want to do that at .393. We'd want to add what y'all say, 168 into it
Comes out of that, then.
It's part of the numbers.
It's part of the number.
right now. It's in,
right now.
okay.
Here's, we do this.
What was last year's? Where we at now? 40?
Oh, he's got handouts.
When I'm talking about at our tax rate level.
I'll give you all this. This is kind of a quick rundown.
Is this what he did? Is that what he handed?
Thank you.
General fund, debt service.
Most of what Shelley's got, I've got some of the same.
Permanent improvement, debt. General fund.
Oh, so that's 23, 35, 2361.
We'll get into any questions. Going down on page 2, that's your category breakdown. Yep. Page 14 what they are. Now, some of that, like if you look at G category, that's minerals, right? She didn't put in there single family residence. So your F2s is where your industrial and also wind turbines are, right? F2. J's are utilities.
So y'all's numbers, y'all done them independently, and they came out the same, sounds like.
Basically.
Yeah, I mean, his number and your numbers are the same right here, right? This is his
Well, I
dollar.
got it from him.
That came from me. I've got a template that with my system, I export directly into the Cooke taxation software, and put basically those numbers, and I go back and check them out. She tells me what the date is. So this whole complete sheet comes from the, she checks what she needs to do and how she wants to allocate tax rate on the level of stuff like that.
But he has to do it 3 times. One for general fund, one for farmer market, and one for road and bridge. He has to do one for each
She's got
tax.
a complete worksheet, the whole thing, and basically we do have the software.
So at 39.3, that generates what we generated last year, plus our, what'd you say, in new bills?
140 million.
So can we fund the budget, is the question. And by law, we're supposed to really do the budget, and come back and set the tax rate, aren't we?
Well, we're not setting the
We're not setting.
Well, I know, yeah.
You're supposed to do the budget.
Do the budget
Set
first.
tax rate.
But it takes a combination of those to see where you're at.
Yeah.
Regardless.
We're just looking at preliminaries here.
This kind of may give you an idea of what your revenue is. How much?
And the wind turbine thing doesn't even have the new wind farm on it, does it?
You say that
The new wind farm hasn't come on it, on this, on the, you said
In
it?
precinct 3? No.
Yeah,
some of it had 30 million of
Oh, did it?
Wildcat had about 30 million this year.
okay. What do they think it's gonna be next year?
I know when we get
200
for next year.
But the old farm went up because they put new blades on it.
New blades and repower the heads on it.
Yeah. Okay.
So repower that and so the new blades.
So if we were to adopt the rollback at the .4131, that would be additional $1.3 million in revenue. Am I reading that correctly?
One that has also changed is if you go by the new same rate, basically, as usually, you had 2 little hearings, now you only have that one.
Okay.
So they did pick up with these.
I mean, one thing we need to keep in
Especially
consideration.
when the tax rates go up, tax rate, without going to roll back rate, on one public hearing. We had 2 little hearings and value of this one.
And what's that? Some counties are declaring a disaster, well, because the governor declared a disaster,
They changed that. You can no longer include a pandemic. You can no longer go up to 8%.
well, they're talking about the freeze that Abbott declared a disaster over. I was reading that, but
There was some of that if someone filed an exemption for it, they could with the exemption to say that they had to fill out the form exemption, it would be equated into some of this, but it really wasn't applicable to Cooke County.
no. I just found it intriguing. They were all trying to figure out how to make that work. It sounded pretty complicated.
It's getting more and more complex.
Yeah.
Everybody understand this kind of? I think this little summary sheet here is probably the best one, the one that says tax rate recap for 2021 tax rates, where it does the explosion. It gives you what, this one right here, see that one? Would have been in Shelley's packet.
Which one are you looking at?
It probably came out of yours originally.
You take 4 of mine,
Yeah. That kind of gives you an idea of if we do the no new revenue, exactly what the amount of generated, and we still pick up nearly $1 million even with the no new revenue.
What our insurance increase go up though, 8%?
Yeah, that's the thing we need to take into consideration here. We've had a number of costs go up this year.
It's easy to look, so we got a 10% increase, that's great, in revenues, but
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of revenue.
What did that cost us, Shelley?
The insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
Went from 7.
Roughly.
Yeah.
How many boxes of stuff did you bring?
This is all budget.
No, that's, I thought there was another box. It's just one.
No.
Just one.
all she needed.
Just one.
And as everyone knows, the county is growing at a pretty rapid pace. I think that Commissioner Snooks can attest to that. So there's going to be more infrastructure that's going to have to be taken care of in the coming year.
Well,
But you get those new bills on the next,
Yeah. Then it, depending on what we adopt for raises, there's going to be some additional recurring there as well.
Where's that? Do we have that?
I can get you that number.
do what?
The raises spreadsheet.
Well, I don't know if we can figure out how much that ARPA's going to take care of for how long.
we should probably, when we work up the budget, do all three scenarios just to see.
Well, but they're all the same except for the budget, except for the raises, right?
Yes.
So, this number here just reflects the differences in requests. It doesn't do the whole general fund budget. Right. It's the difference in the finished.
What did things go up across the board? How much did value go up across the board, roughly?
9%?
9%, 10%?
I'd say it's about 8%.
8%? Minerals fell? Did minerals fall or go up?
Yeah.
They went down, it's on that,
That's spreadsheet.
Yeah. okay. Yeah, I don't know what L2 is.
L2 is L1 is your single, your business personal property.
Okay.
L2 is your industrial.
Okay, that makes sense. J4 is,
Your utilities, all your J's.
huh. Okay.
Gas lines, electrical lines, stuff, power lines.
J's or utilities.
Yeah. You wouldn't have thought utilities would have went down.
What was windmills?
F2.
Yeah. What'd you say?
F2.
F2.
F2. There's something else that's not just windmills. What else is in F2?
Oh, it could be anything your industrial buildings, like Saffron,
Okay.
where the buildings, F is your buildings. Now, why they put them in, you would think the term would be an F2 for its building. But that's what it's been categorized in. Solars are L2.
Oh.
Solar is L2.
What is that?
Where it is pretty much full numbers of this, and I guess it should have understood a definition of what each category is, typically is in this. You'll get a better idea of category A is your single family residence, B is your apartments, C is your vacant tracts land, and residential and commercial vacant tracts.
Here's what we're looking at.
The house market.
What y'all ask her?
Do what?
Elizabeth is figuring it, she only figured the
So if
salary,
we went with
the total
6%,
salary.
we're looking at 850,000.
Insurance.
No, raises.
What'd you say? 6% what?
At 6%, it would be 850,000. At 5%, it would be 720.
Then the question becomes is how much of that can be paid for the next 3 years by ARPA?
That's a good question. I don't have an answer.
Which is how much you don't put out general fund.
Yep, or road and bridge.
I don't know what you're paying for, so I can't hear you. What are you talking about?
We're talking about raises.
How are you going to pull raises out of ARPA? Pay for something else? Is that
There's
what you're
certain
saying?
employees that ARPA will reimburse for the next 3 years maybe, but we'll have to
Yeah.
ask her. We got her focused here.
I don't know. I don't know if it's enough to do that much good. I don't know.
So from adopting a tax rate standpoint, we can certainly, do I need for the proposed budget that we're going to file, do we to have a tax rate in that? Or is this something during public hearing that we do, or how do we handle that?
You just got to decide what the tax rate's going to fund it, or how much you're going to deplete fund balance if it doesn't.
Okay,
We got to decide on the budget and then figure out what we can do.
okay. So we're really not going to,
And this is all preliminary.
You could, worst case scenario, and I'm going to recommend this, worst case scenario, you could say my proposed tax rate will not exceed the 3.5%, and you can always come down, but you can't go up.
Yeah. So they haven't changed that.
in my way of thinking for the preliminary budget that the judge presents, that,
We'll need to propose a tax rate.
Yep.
Like years ago. You know, as opposed to a higher tax rate, you adopt it, you don't adopt it.
Yeah.
Now, if you go to the point of just a revenue rate, basically you just go to the point of proposing it, adopt it later, you don't have another hearing.
No hearings or anything, yeah.
If you go to the higher than that, it'd be much more pressure, you have to have additional public hearing. Do that public hearing and adopt it at that time.
okay.
We start higher, and then
Okay, for my preliminary budget, I'm going to use the rollback rate of .4131.
Well, we got to talk about all that first. though.
I mean, you can put that out there as a proposed, not to exceed
Well,
or something.
that's my proposed, and we go into general hearing, then we adjust it based on how that looks like what we're going to have to pull out of general revenue.
when are y'all going to adopt proposed?
We have 25 days after I file with the county clerk to have public hearing.
One thing on that part of it is because this new truth in taxation website is required, you know, most of this stuff, your proposed tax rates.
Yep.
We're supposed to mail out postcards by August the 7th. If you go to this website, time frame pretty short. To let people go to the website, let them know, you know, here's your date and hearing, where's the proposed tax rates. It's like typically your quarterback ads in a newspaper. Now it's going on this website, the regular district has to maintain, you guys have to put it on there. Or get it on, like we don't put it on there, but all your publications, your 72-hour notices are supposed to be going on to this website. The truth in taxation website. Big districts are already in the last year, small districts are required to do addition.
In the past, for the last 6 or 7 years, we've not exceeded no new revenues, and we called it effective just for historical information.
Okay.
So, and we've funded things through new bills.
New bills is what.
Basically, relying on new bills. The problem is, if that number keeps dropping from 41 to 39, that's your multiplier. And if we ever have a significant decrease in appraise, you can't make it up at 3.5%. That's, not true. You see what I'm saying?
And they've also put in the deal of this past session, was simple too, is that, so you did use a particular rate, then you can pick it up
For 2 years?
2 or 3 years. So let's say, example, you had a 40-cent tax rate, and that's an undergrad rate, but the voter approval rate was 42 cents. So there's 2 cents out there that you can carry over for a couple of years.
Yeah.
If you want to go back and say a couple of years and these, grab it and use it.
But if you grab that 2 plus your 3.5%, then your voter's going to go,
Yeah, so basically you get 2 cents plus another 3 cents, you'd be up 5 cents. But you're not subject to voter approval rate by adding it to it. This is the first year or two that this kind of really came into play.
So the 2 cents would accumulate every year, so we'd go from 2, if you did it the next year, it'd be 4,
You can carry 1 cent every year, you know.
1 cent. You can carry 1 cent a year.
Well, it's not specifically a cent, it's 3.5%. Or what part of the 3.5% you
Yeah.
can take, is what it is.
Yeah.
You can take, it may be 1 cent.
Yeah, whatever the calculation is, I get you.
The amount it is.
Yeah.
You can carry it with you for a couple of years.
So if we didn't take anything, we could carry 7% 2 years down the road, or we could go up to 7% 2 years down the road.
I think well, aren't you limited to 5?
Thank you, Lynn.
Well, in theory, but that's the same calculation.
I swear that they've curtailed in one way, that if you have to, you can go use it
Yeah.
a year or 2 years later.
Insurance went up 187,824. Roughly.
Roughly, that's close enough.
And also, it's like you get a public hearing, you also got to have it published in a newspaper 10 days prior to the hearing.
Yep, I saw that.
I think we need to go through,
45 lines, 7 lines.
Okay,
I think we need to go through and, chew through our new asks and what we're willing to do on raises and just see where the tax rate's
Yeah.
gonna have to fall and then work into it backwards like that. That's the way I see it.
We know it's never been funded if we run a deficit budget for years.
Yeah.
But if you're going to go up, I wouldn't go to the voter approval rate because then that triggers elections. I would go right below it.
Oh, you said that
so-
number triggers,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
go 1 or 200.
Right.
so we would want to go to 413,000.
And we may not need to.
Yeah. But I have to put something in with the preliminary.
Yeah, but we're not close to that yet. We're still going to go through the budget, so.
We are. Yeah,
We may decide we don't need it to be that high.
that could be
With
true.
new bills and after we cut all this stuff out of the budget.
Okay.
With Doug being here, we've just started backwards.
Yeah, we started backwards because we didn't want you.
Life is good.
All right. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
How many taxing entities have you visited so far?
Believe it or not, I've got 10 new ones that I'm dealing with this year. Superintendent, business managers, city managers.
Oh, players.
Since, January 1st of this year.
Really?
And it's like, I visited them all this year.
Not entities, but new players within your entities. You hadn't added entities, right?
No entities, but new players.
Yeah.
Superintendent, 3 new superintendents, business managers, city managers, that type of thing. People who deal with the budget and tax rates. Sworn I was counting 10. 21 tax agencies. So, I had personally around each one, I'm helping, I didn't, most of them are going to do. So, superintendent has been, superintendent there.
Civil being.
Superintendent's got a superintendent pulling in here. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, does everybody have the spreadsheet up? Yeah.
Which one?
The one that Shelley sent out a week or so ago?
I didn't send it out, you did.
Oh, yeah, I sent it out, I'm sorry. Or
Yeah, she
actually,
got
Kathy
under
copied
Kathy's.
everybody on it.
Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go?
Look for, search by Kathy.
Proposed budget?
Yep.
Where did it go? Where did it go?
Well, I don't see the attachment.
Where did it
You want a hard copy?
We got hard copies. Hey, that's cool.
That's one I had, I just.
Won't take but a second to send this to everybody.
Shelley, what can ARPA offset in, whose salaries can ARPA offset
go? That's the tax rate.
while we're waiting?
That's not it.
It cannot pay for elected officials. It cannot pay for people who work from home. It cannot pay for people who would go 150% above
It's on its way.
It's no different than the hard copy, right, Judge? So,
No, it's no different.
It cannot pay for employees who would go 150% above the greater of the state or county average annual wage. Unless justification, it requires specific justification on
got it?
how these employees responded to the pandemic.
Go to your email.
Required the.
So basically, not only the elected officials, because nobody else is going to fit that criteria, right? First blush, what you know. And it's good for how long? They'll fund it through how long?
December of 2024.
Okay.
And it's retro back. To
Come through yet, Adam? Oh, I've got a connection.
I have to find that out. I don't know how far back.
We wouldn't go back anyway.
Yeah, we're through. Should be good there.
Wouldn't think. I don't even take that, go make some more hard copies.
Yeah, no,
No, it was, it landed.
Yep, if you would, please.
Can we make a couple of hard copies, send it down to the commissioners? Can you do that?
I just run over to Shirley's and get them.
Okay,
Give me that blank Adam, if you hadn't started writing on it. Where's my back? Must not work.
For some reason, I can't find the damn thing back, and I was looking at it last night.
Senator, your office is locked.
Mine's gonna be locked too.
Go to the county clerk's office.
Go try my office door, it'll be unlocked. Or it should be.
I had the damn thing saved last night on Adobe and had it up on the screen. I don't know where the hell it went. There. I wonder where the hell that thing went. Hell, I had it up this morning. Look at it. Supposed to be one page or two.
Pam, are you still recording?
This should wait.
Just don't let me forget to hit recording.
said we're not taking a break anymore.
I can't,
Gotta take a break.
it's totally up to you guys. You guys.
Pam, turn this one.
It's on.
It doesn't matter to me. I figured we would take a break to come back after lunch, but we can chomp on it for a little bit and then take lunch, whatever y'all want to do.
Whatever y'all want to do, I'm
I
indifferent.
know we're here today kind of because of me, so.
The budget currently with everything that's on the spreadsheet, the salary in right now for general fund is $30,849,193.
Could you say it again, 30 million what?
849,193.
And what is that?
General fund.
Okay.
With everything in there?
Well, everything is, you've got it noted on this sheet.
Yeah, okay.
Let's take a break for a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. What time? You want
Be back at 1?
It's 10 after 12.
Yeah.
Be back at 1.
I think we're just going to drill in here report.
You don't like it?
Okay, it is 1:07. We are back in normal session. We're talking about item number 22, deliberate and consider possible actions on the county judge's proposed FY22 budget.
How about Shelley?
Oh, we're going to need Shelley. So
We need Jim.
can you stop us for just 5 seconds for Shelley?
Way to it.
Yeah, hang on, we're back in, okay, go. All right, question about raises. I think we need to do something this
You
year.
definitely need to do something. I just wondering kind of what everybody's thought was.
My recommendation is at a minimum 5%. I know that sounds a little sporty, but if you look at the indices and the projected inflation, I don't think that that's unrealistic. And of course, we need to be able to support that. It needs to be something that we have the funding to support. In fact, the column here that I've brought up that I'd like for us to go over is my recommendations, and it includes the 5% increase on your
Which
spreadsheet.
columns you look, you're back on this sheet, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on the column that says all 5%.
Oh, no, he's on his budget that he emailed earlier.
Oh, you're just messing with me.
We're just trying to keep you in the game.
You're just messing with me.
I try to jump around as much as I can. Now, there are some changes I'd like to make to this, and that's the reason I wanted you guys to take a look at it and give me your input before I actually submitted it as the judge's proposed budget.
This is just general fund on here, though, isn't it?
Yes, but you have a, you're good on the back. All right. Okay, the breakdown for 5% would be, for road and bridge, it'd be $116,000. For general fund, it would be $600,000. At 6%, it would be $140 for road and bridge, $716 for general. At
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, Judge.
At 6%, it would be $716,000 for general
Okay.
and $140 for road and bridge.
What's 3%?
I didn't calculate 3%.
Why not?
Well, because, I don't know, I like 5%. But it wouldn't, we could do that math here pretty quickly.
There'd be half of 716 and half of 140, wouldn't it?
It would be. Yeah.
I hope.
Man,
Roughly.
I don't want to make it too complicated.
that was pretty good.
Close.
Yep, general fund would be 358, and road and bridge would be 70.
And it might be a little less than that because you do meetings on that. I don't know how she done it.
Yeah, I don't, it might be a little different than that.
That's a pretty good rough
It
estimate.
doesn't quite come out.
Well, we can go through this, and I guess we can come back and let Shelley know what changes we made and get her input on the changes only. Y'all want to do that?
Yeah, I was just, so while we're still on the raises, what were you, what were y'all thinking?
Yeah, let's,
Because I don't know, the first year I know what we did, and then obviously
Last
last
year
year
they
we
got to
didn't do
see it.
anything, and then this year, here we are. So I'm just kind of seeing what y'all were thinking about.
Last year, they didn't get any.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Last year was the easiest budget that probably ever happened, because we just said, okay, it's the same as last year, and we're moving on. We didn't even have to talk about anything.
Well, it's kind of like that. That's a little bit simpler.
Well, I mean, comparatively speaking to what we're doing this year and we did my first year, it was that easy.
They've changed all the rules.
I think the state helped us a little.
Yeah, probably so. But
So what's your thoughts?
my thought was, I mean, minimum of 3, but I didn't hate the idea of 5. But I wanted to see when we started hashing everything out, how it all came down, and then see what was going to be, maintainable. And, it was, I was going to take all the new requests into account with that, because
I'd look at 5 and consider 7, just because the ARPA money for the next 3 years.
then after that,
Then after that, who picks up the tab?
Well, it depends on what, you may not give a raise for the next 3 years, so you're going to save it all.
that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, but inflation.
Well,
Inflation takes off.
Killing, I mean,
I'd
It might
rather
give us a
do,
way to give away, to do a 1 or 2%.
I'd rather do some every year or every other year than try to think I'm gonna hammer it for 3.
if you give them 3, they'll be making probably the same money they made last year, because that's going to be automatically absorbed by inflation. Price of gas and stuff like that, they won't recognize anything from it.
Other than they'd be staying up with inflation.
I like that. What's the thoughts on the right side down there?
Already told you.
Oh. What do you think, Adam? I know you're green to all this.
Green, that's very tacky. Green.
That's a nice way to put it.
I mean, if we got the money there, I think 5.
Yep.
We've got the money, the problem is how many years down the road you're gonna have the money. Let me see, 5%, 3%, it cost us an extra 46,000 road and bridge, and an extra 220,000. Over 3%, yeah. I have close to 300,000. How much did they say the insurance was going up?
187.
Yep.
How much?
187, didn't it?
187.
187,000.
So that's 187. With a 5% raise, that's 760,000. That's new money. By new money, I mean new expenses. That don't count our inflation.
Was 760 the number on 500? I mean, on 5%?
Yeah, I'm figuring.
760.
Yeah, I figure, you figure the increase in,
600,000.
just the increase in insurance and a 5% raise is right close to $1 million for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
187.
Bridge combined.
Oh, you add road and bridge into it.
Yeah, you got to add it all together.
Yep.
You can't, if you do 3%, that's 450.
Since they were broke out for accounting purposes, I just wanted to make that clarification.
7.
900,000. What do we have in increase, new bills?
1 million something.
And you get 40 cents on that.
7.
More than a million. Oh, yes. How many million?
No, we're picking up $1 million.
In revenue.
In revenue, yes.
Yeah.
Roughly. So the difference, roughly, the difference between a 3% raise and a 5% raise is 300,000. Just in the labor.
Just a few dollars more to go 6.
Yeah.
Number 1, I like my job.
Okay.
Number 2, I hope to be here, or I intend to be here, good Lord willing, to do this again next year. And I've been here when we've had to cut a budget. So has Hollowell.
We cut peeps one year.
We had to cut
Only
peeps.
court history, I guess, to ever do it.
And that's, that's what I see.
If you think
If it
inflation,
all rolls the other way, I
think inflation, yeah, if you think the economy's just gonna roll
Yeah. Oh, it's,
on, I'm scared of a downturn.
there is a downturn, there's a recession looming, it's just a matter of when and how long it lasts, it's just part of it.
Of course, our problem is we're competing with McDonald's now at $15 an hour too.
And they can't hire nobody.
Yeah.
I think you have to live each year as a year standalone.
Well, yeah, I
We're
mean,
going to have about a 9% increase in revenue. I don't think it's unreasonable to pass 5% of that on to employees. Now, long term, you guys have been here much longer than I have. Maybe there is a downturn.
with all the subdivision, all that, we're not, I mean, the economy turns down a little bit, we're still looking at increased population.
100%, I'm expecting 200 houses just to.
And we've always erred on the side of caution. We've always.
That's why I'm
In anticipation of, it might happen next year, and we've always added to our general fund savings every year, Shelley, for several years.
What?
We've increased general fund savings every year for the last several years, have we not?
The last couple we have.
We haven't the last two.
But we've also bought buildings and stuff like that out of it.
Yeah, but still.
We bought infrastructure out of it, which is the wise way to spend
Well,
your.
you're about to, you're
No, we
about
bought those
to,
out of permanent improvement.
I'm sorry?
We bought those out of permanent improvement.
Okay, but still out of the same bucket of revenues.
No.
No. And we have,
Out of the same tax rate.
doesn't matter, has our money decreased in the last year or two?
What do you mean?
Savings is what we're asking. You're suggesting we've had a decrease in our savings, substantial decrease
We
in our
have.
savings. So how much money are we talking about?
It
A
has
couple
decreased.
$100,000 or a couple $1 million? I mean, how much per year?
The last couple of years, we've been down at least $500,000 each.
500,000, yeah. But we had 18 million excess, so,
Yeah,
it's,
but you got a new building across the street that's gonna have to be taken care of. Increased costs are gonna go up. And then there is the key to the whole thing, and that'd be the taxpayer.
what about the taxpayer? What?
I don't know if they're getting a 5% raise or not.
Most of them are not.
I don't
Well,
know.
national average 3.6 something, so. but
Who did?
He's at the national
I think
average.
something the national average 3.6%.
National average. I don't know. Is the oil industry gonna come back in Cooke County?
It's back a little bit, but I
It's
think,
back a little, but I mean-
it's teetering on the,
Well, I'm
what's
talking about
happening.
the oil service industry and all that.
Yeah, they're all moving decently,
They are.
but they're wondering what's the next.
What's
step.
gonna happen over the hill? Yeah.
It's not, oh, we're good for 5 years like they were running there for a while.
Agreed.
All right, what we'll do.
We can go hash out some of the other line items and come back to
Taxpayers for a
it.
minute if we could.
Yeah.
The comment about the taxpayers, will they get a 5% increase? Depending on what we do with the tax rate, it may have no relevance to their income at all. If we don't increase,
Might not have a negative financial
yeah,
impact.
it would have no financial impact on them at all.
There's never been a year that my taxes stayed the same or went down.
Really?
But maybe on the county line.
The county line, but,
We can't control the schools.
and I don't remember it ever really decreasing much of any on the county
Yeah.
line either.
But we've done effective for several years.
Yeah.
Which means that the only way their taxes went up from the counties if their appraised values increased. And we can't control that either,
Yeah.
so.
Good point.
But you need to recognize the fact that it happens.
Oh,
Yeah, it does. I mean, we
So
can't.
I'm going for 3%. Talk me into 5.
Okay. All right, we're ready to go through the spreadsheet? Did that answer your question where everybody's at?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Okay, if you look at the tab, it says all 5%, and I have highlighted in yellow the items that I'd like to discuss with you, and we'll discuss every item, but these are the ones that I would like to take a different position on. The new position, part-time administrator for the Veterans Affairs and Emergency Management, I'd like to remove that. The reason being is I think that we can get a little better organized and be able to be a little bit more efficient. And there's always that possibility that those offices could at one point be combined and over here, even in the courthouse, and we could use other administrative assistants to assist them. I just don't see the relevance of doing that now. Any thoughts?
It's your position. You know better than we do.
All right, I'm going to take that out.
That's just me, Judge. That's not a three-man.
Yeah. Ultimately, I'm responsible for this preliminary, so I'll take the heat for that.
Under where?
The new position, part-time, for Veterans and Emergency Management. I'm going to remove that, Shelley.
Okay.
Okay, the next line item is the capital outlay for the radio communications. I think that's already, we've discussed that.
Well, I added that in right now because there wasn't enough budgeted in this fiscal year for that. It's funded half out of permanent improvement, half out of general fund. And if we leave it permanent improvement, that drops that fund balance down to 700,000. So if we don't pay that for that project totally in this fiscal year, I want to move that to general fund and pay for the project totally in general fund. So I put $2 million in general fund.
And we know it ain't gonna happen by October 1st, so. But that money's already been budgeted, so that's really kind of transfer from last year's budget to this year's budget.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying, it's not 2 million additional.
Right, exactly, that's what I was saying, yeah.
So
That made me
that's
feel
just
better about
moving
that
it
bottom
from
line.
permanent improvement, putting the money back in permanent improvement, back and moving it over to general fund.
Left pocket, right pocket. Everybody okay with that? In theory? Okay, the compliance office had requested their part-time person go to full. I'm going to remove that as well. I'd like to authorize them to go to 29 hours. But this would be, I can't see that we need a full-time person and pick up all that additional cost. Okay, next one, district judge, turning the part that we discussed this one, I'm good with that. District attorney's receptionist, we think we can pay for that with ARP money. District attorney's new vehicle, I'm going to remove that. I think we went in and gave everybody a little extra money in their maintenance to cover any repairs that are outstanding. If anybody knows something different, please speak up. Okay, the next item that I have concern with is the building maintenance, new personnel. I've worked with Rick, and we're going to restructure a little bit on how we're doing maintenance requests, and I'd like to get through this year at least without adding anyone, so I'm removing it. I'm also removing the differential to bring the techs up to the same pay grade. And the capital for the vehicle, I'm also removing it. The plan is at this point is that they'll take over the van from the jail, the transport van, when the sheriff gets their new Tahoes. Okay. Now then, the new vehicles for EMS, I guess this is a question, Shelley, can we buy those with ARP money? Or do we know yet?
Well, I mean, it talks about COVID and public health emergency. I mean, it doesn't specifically say.
Ambulances?
But COVID's coming back.
You guys have been here longer than me. I mean, my first inkling was to do one, that's what we had done historically, is one ambulance a year. Now, he did put quite a bit more mileage on ambulances this year, the COVID year, by doing transfers down to the Metroplex, to places that had better facilities. So there's no doubt that we put a lot more miles on one.
Would make a difference if we knew how if we could fund them out of ARPA, you know, that would make a
Did we
world of difference.
do one last year?
Well, see what we done, what
Yeah.
got us is we done 2 the year that they was gonna open Station 5, and Station 5
Which is
didn't
the year
open.
before I got here.
So we bought 2 there, and so we should have, in theory, spread the hours out on the rest of them. But COVID did run them back and forth, I guess where'd y'all go, Denton?
Yeah, back
Instead
and
of,
forth to Denton.
because they didn't have capacity here.
For my budget, I'm going to take one out and leave it at 230, and hopefully if we find out later that we can use ARP money, can we buy another one then, Shelley?
I would probably leave them both in
Okay.
and then we can take one out before y'all vote the final budget.
Assuming
that.
Because if ARPA pays for them, they're gonna get moved out of general fund anyway.
Okay.
When are we gonna know what ARP's gonna pay for them?
How are we gonna know?
When are we gonna know?
Well, that's one of the things that's on the agenda for the statewide commissioner and judges meeting. I understand they're going to go into great detail of what can and can't be used and what and
It
how.
changes.
That's October.
I mean, I get
September.
updated, it changes all the time. So, I mean, we probably should have a workshop.
Because we talk about spending it, but we don't know what we're spending on.
Well, but, I mean, the directions I've gotten has been hold off because every day it changes
Yeah.
and, you get more and better detailed information
After each meeting?
pretty much. I mean, this one is as of July 19th.
But we sure want to pay attention first. We wouldn't want to leave it in there and not get any. I lean toward one if we don't get ARPA money.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's leave them in here for now. You know, the medical director, Dr. Lewis, requested an increase and needs some input from you guys. I think that he may be trying to reference what happened in 2020 to the future, but I really don't know whether he's being compensated correctly for what he does or not.
What happened to whenever Ray, didn't we change something, Leon? We increased, see, I first thought, when you say EMS director, I think Kevin, and that's not what we're talking about.
No,
No.
I'm sorry.
but-
I should have said that, but yeah, Dr. Lewis.
Yeah.
Medical.
But Ray came to us some time back, and we bumped that. What'd we do?
We gave him something.
We gave him something, and then we went off and asked him what it would,
We never got
and he
it.
never asked for anything. Okay. So $2,300 is $200 a month. That's probably reasonable.
Okay, I'm going to leave
What
that.
were we paying him? It wasn't hardly any.
It was peanuts,
Yeah.
but I thought we'd
As
done
the
something
medical
before.
director for the county would give him $600 a year.
How much?
$600 a year.
Oh, it's minuscule, but then
But for the EMS, we give him $23,000.
That's where I'm at.
So this is,
That's for EMS.
Yeah, this is
well,
for EMS.
So this is a 10% bump for EMS.
oh,
Okay. All
okay.
right. That's two different animals we're talking about here.
Right.
All right.
He's the appointed medical
Yeah.
director for Cooke County.
Yeah. And he didn't feel comfortable taking any more money for that, if I remember correctly. or
He
something.
didn't push it. We solicited,
Yeah, we solicited and he,
He gets $50 a month for that.
and he didn't give us a number back then, I don't guess.
No.
It never changed.
Right.
And so here's our number.
And then this is for EMS.
yeah.
So he gets not necessarily two checks. I mean, it's all in one check, but he gets two payments.
Yeah.
So basically, it costs us about $25,000 a year for his services.
Yeah.
I wouldn't sign up for his responsibility for that kind of money.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it
Well, he
in
pays
there.
his insurance out of that, doesn't he? Doesn't he have to carry a separate policy?
I'm sure he does.
Probably not for EMS. I mean, he's a quote-unquote doctor.
Right, okay.
So he probably,
Well, we gave him, out of that, we used to pay him less, so his,
yeah. Come on, Shelley, work with us.
It's out there, right?
Malpractice. Malpractice insurance.
there you go, is part of that
This
23,000.
charades, this is malpractice insurance, in case y'all don't.
That's that word I couldn't think of.
Good to know. Okay, I'm gonna leave it in there. Salary increases for elected officials, precinct 1, I'm taking that out.
What?
And the reason, constable,
Oh, I thought I was just getting a pay cut.
I'll make that motion.
I can hear seconds coming all the
We'll
way
take
around.
that and we'll split that between
I
the
was
other
gonna
three
say, I
of us.
didn't put that in
Yeah,
the
Judge,
spreadsheet.
you and the judge be conspiring, hot dang. Judge, be careful.
I just want to make sure everybody was paying attention.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Okay, constable, precinct 1.
There we go.
I looked that up, and actually, our constables are making about $2,500 a year more than the average. So I don't see that that is actually appropriate, and it is an elected official. So, like the rest of us up here, we knew what we were going to be paid when we took this.
Did we skip the fire marshals?
Fire marshal.
I think so.
Well,
Yes, we did, yes. I left the 22,500 in for the pagers. Now, I think that we need to do the pagers a little differently. Rather than giving each one of them 5 pagers, I think that we should solicit them to let us know what they need in pagers, how many people they got, how many have good working ones. My only concern is that we may have a fire department that really doesn't need 5 pagers. So I had rather to better understand what the stockpile of pagers are and then delegate money for additional ones based on the need. Thoughts?
Where did you come up with the 5 pagers?
That's what was originally requested after Ray met with all the fire departments. He had a meeting with all the fire departments to get their wants and needs.
So they requested 5 pagers each?
Yeah, that was the number they threw out, yeah. I think it was an arbitrary number. I don't know that necessarily meets the need. That's the reason I say we need to budget some money.
Well, you do get some that get dropped or smashed or lost. I mean, or we're getting members and not having pagers. I mean, I just don't see 5 for, like you're saying, every department, but it's kind of, some of them departments that run all the time, they get tore up. But what we did is somebody lost one, we buy that one back. You lost it again, it's on you. Should give them a little skin in the game.
Yep.
But I don't know legally if we can do that, as a fire department, but you'd have somebody lose 3 of them in 2 years, you're like,
My department always did, if it was you didn't lose it on a call,
Yeah.
or it wasn't damaged on a call, it was out of your pocket
Yeah.
regardless.
so, there could be some rules that our departments could put in there, I think that would help with a little bit of that. Now, Of course, with technology comes everything too. You know, I remember when we had the older pagers, and then, you know, you try to keep up. These newer ones, I don't know if I've ever missed a call. I mean, if I can see updating some of them, you know what I'm saying,
But just an arbitrary number out there.
Right.
So he budgets that number, and then they come back justify what they need.
Yeah, that was my thinking. We
Yes.
go ahead and put the money in, but then we determine later how many are given to each department based on their need, not just an arbitrary, everybody gets 5.
So you're going to cap them at 5?
But, you know, at one point in time, we bought a whole passel of
That's a
pagers.
good question.
And said, now, guys, we don't do this every year.
So I thought it's been working rather well. I'm just,
I think we should probably cap it at 5.
okay.
I don't know. Well, but now, you got some departments, if they got 10 people, and you give them 5 pagers, and you got some that's got 40 people, you give them 5 pagers. So,
That doesn't,
No,
and that's gonna be the same way when you get to the money. You got some departments that are making lots of calls, and some that are making a few calls, but you go give them all the same amount of money. So, anyway,
I think we need to have some money budgeted for it. How we actually distribute that money, I think we need to work on in between now and the actual distribution of the money.
right. I agree with that.
so we're going to buy 50 pagers anyway.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, the next one is the increase in annual payment. The request from the fire departments was to go from $11,500 to $20,000. What I'm actually putting in my budget is going from $11,500 to $12,500, which is a $1,000 increase. I know that some of the fire departments do better than others, and I know it's difficult to have fundraising events, but
All that 11 volunteer departments? 10.
is there 10?
11.
We lost Oak
I thought
Ridge.
there was
10. I thought there was 10.
Is there 10? I think there's 11.
Roston, Era, Valley View, North Shore, Lake Kiowa, or Indian Creek, Callisburg, Lindsay, Moss Lake, Myra, Munster.
It's 10.
So that's still an extra $100
That's pretty
grand.
impressive.
We did have 11. Oak Ridge,
Yeah.
when it went out, went back to 10. Now, there's 11 departments in the county with Gainesville.
Okay.
I'm just glad we didn't have 11, he had to pull his shoes off.
I got it. I knew what it was.
I know they want 20, I'd give them 15.
That's a 50% increase almost,
Exactly.
so, I don't.
I also know how they struggle to make money, especially since last year.
But then you give that extra money, again, do you give the same amount to Roston as you give to Valley View?
I would, and I said this before, I'd like to see us try to structure like call
By
volume.
call volume.
Yeah.
And being in that also, structure fire. Got a whole lot much more equipment on structure fire, and that they show up. If they get the call and don't show up, and then another department's got to go out there, they didn't get theirs because they didn't show up. It gives them incentive to get there.
So we do some structure on fire,
But
but
it's really a great, it's a,
it's not a
like-
whole lot.
it's like after 200 and something calls, I think is what it was.
Was it that many?
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if somebody could coordinate with them and go get them to tell us how they really want to split things up and put it back on them.
Right.
Because if we start giving them all across the board, you're going to get into that fuss.
Oh, I know.
And some of them operate more efficiently and are more active than others.
I agree with that.
And some of them really need the bump, and some of them probably are getting back.
Some of them out there that only, run, and I'm not saying, not dishing anybody. Some of them run, say hypothetically, 20 calls a year.
And they're getting the same amount of money as somebody running 120 calls.
Right. But, and they still do their fundraiser, and they still have equipment, and they still have people. But I think at some time, a point in time, that we're gonna have to allocate that money to where it really needs to.
Instead of
Where's
just
our
throw
bang,
money at it, it needs to be.
where's our bang for our
Like
buck?
everybody gets a base of 5, and then the rest of it's based on call
Yeah.
volume.
How many runs does Lindsay do?
But I
Well,
don't think you do.
When I started with around 90.
I don't think you
But
did
then we
A
went
year
down-
or a month?
A year.
2,000.
So then we went down to about 60 because of, there again comes in your training with your people and, you know, your what's it called, prevention, fire prevention, getting them programs going and showing people, you know, burn bans, you know, and getting out there and, hey, we have a burn ban, don't burn. A lot of times we'll get a burn ban and you'll have people running. And it's not knocking, it's just people that come from the Metroplex and buy land up here and then they go out there on the weekend and burn. Well, that's education preventive, that's saving call volume, but, you know,
Still takes time and effort.
it takes time and effort to do it. I agree.
I don't know if I'm on board for 5,000, but I'm on board for more than 1,000 increase for sure.
I'm on board for 2, that 20% increase.
Got 2, do I hear 2.5?
No, sorry.
Jump in there, auctioneer.
Got 2, got 2.5.
I mean, I know the struggles for sure. I just,
Okay, I'm going to change mine to 2.
Because the inequity's the problem I have. If you start just giving them 3,000 or 4,000 apiece, and some of them need it,
I
some
don't know,
don't.
we've gotten into it with the, we talked about the pagers and
And it's the same way.
it's,
Yeah.
but when you get them together and you say,
Truly, how many do you need?
how many do you need? But also, you're gonna have some conflict a little bit here and there because why don't you treat me like you do everybody else? And I know, you can explain it all however you want to. They will look you in the eye and say, if you think this runs a fire department, you're crazy.
Oh, there's no way.
And of course, but we're never going to fund it with what we're doing.
I understand. This is, the way I look at it, it's supposed to be a base to help make sure there's something there with a certain minimum standard. That's why I would like to raise it a little more. I don't know if we ought to go all the way up to the 20,000. That's why I said 15, because, yeah, I understand. The little ones way out in the middle of nowhere may not run as much,
Right. But they still have to.
but they
pay
still have
tax.
to, you know, you can't,
They still have to pay for
You can't-
insurance. and-
you can't untrack a truck for what? I mean, yeah.
Of course, we help them on insurance, stuff of that nature. They not operate
Yeah.
under our insurance on.
Workers' comp.
Workers' comp, it doesn't amount to that much.
I'm,
out of curiosity, would you know that number?
What?
The workers' comp cost us for the fire departments?
She has told us before, and I don't remember.
Well,
Or is it under a blanket for all of our stuff and it's hard to?
it's under,
That's just curious. Yeah. Because, you know, some departments might not realize that we pay that, and if it cost us whatever that number be, if it was 50,000 a year, they would understand that, you know, even though we're only giving you this, we have another 50,000 a year in expense for the workman's comp, which I know it's not that much.
but like Marnie, who lost a leg, responding to a fire, it covered her.
Yeah. Which is awesome. I mean,
Yeah.
we gotta have it.
Yeah,
Because she had an accident on the way.
that's what happened. Well, that's why I'm for the 15. I know.
I'm like Leon though, but my heart's there, so it's kind of, I mean, I've been there 24 years, and it's been a struggle. I remember when we started at 2,500,
Yeah.
and it was
Oh,
like,
and we've increased nearly every year.
My heart's at 20, but my brain
Yeah.
says no.
well, I mean, I would say, I'm saying 15.
That's too much.
It's a nice,
That's a
nice
30, 40.
increase, but when you look at the expenses that they have, what does bunker gear cost?
Oh, a bunker gear now is 2,000, 2,500 a set.
A set. And what's a set of the oxygen? I'm not the breathing apparatus.
4,500 to 5,000.
Yeah.
Now we got limitations. Used to volunteers, you can get away with it. Now you get a firefighter hurt or killed, and that bunker gear's out of 10 years. If it's out of date, guess what? They're toast. So you got to keep up with that, and that's, I'm not saying mandates, it's laws that come down for that protection.
Are they hard and fast on that?
I mean, I wouldn't want to go to court over it.
So let me ask this question. What would happen with the workers' comp?
I think that's going to fall back on your fire chief and your
I'm
group.
just curious.
I mean, if we spent the time to go allocate it appropriately, the increase might be warranted, but, spend the next year to go, next year, if you want to shoot for the full 20, shoot for the 20, but if you're going to give 120, because you start giving some of these 5,000, and these departments answering more calls, it's going to say, guys, that ain't right.
Well,
So,
like I said, it takes a lot of money just to set up the base, and the way when I say base, I mean a station and one truck,
and they're not all managed the same way.
I understand that, but just the capital to have something there takes a certain amount of money, and I've always looked at, that's what this is for, is to help set up.
But
and
all
keep
of them are
just
set up, and you look at just what's been happening the last 10, 12 years, all these departments are doing pretty well. Every one of them nearly has got new buildings, new facilities. They're doing something right based on the funding that they're getting. So, anyway, I'll support the two, and if y'all do what you want to.
Will three of you go for the 15? I will.
I'll go 15 if we do some stipulations down the road as far as call volume stuff.
We could look
See,
into
but
that.
once we put it in here, we're not, right now, you're not stipulating Jack Diddley, you're giving them money.
Yeah.
That's
And
fine.
it's gonna cause bickering, and you guys gonna get some significant feedback, I would think, from your fire departments that you don't take care of.
Well, you have to put it in your, interlocal.
Interlocal agreements.
Yeah, we'd have to change that.
You're gonna get them saying, hey, you gave this one, with no activity, the same amount of money you gave the rest of them.
It's no different than, to me, if you're running calls, and that's a busy deal, you're gonna get paid for your success. If you're sitting out there not running calls, I mean, it's.
We max that out though, don't we, on the number of calls? When you get the extra incentive for the calls, don't we max that out?
Right, but I'm saying our call volume, if you hit 250 calls, then you start getting that, or wherever that number is, that, to me, it ought to be lowered, and let this have enough money in there to fund that.
Again, if we spend the next year defining that instead of just throwing money at it right now, not knowing where it's going. Because once you go
still
get
think
the
you're gonna be at
department,
the,
Well, you know where it's gonna go. It's gonna go to the fire department.
yeah. It's still
I'm
gonna
telling you, just to have the bunker gear and the equipment that they need has a certain base cost to it, and we're kind of throwing change at it, but
well, and you got
Seems
some
like
folks, they figure out that the county, even though it's minuscule, they say, oh, well, our tax dollars is going toward that, I'll quit donating. They won't realize that it's minuscule, but you'll have people that do that.
no, we're not talking about an
Seem like-
ESD with a 10-cent tax.
I don't want to misquote Zach from View, but he said, the baseline 11.5 pays their
fuel,
car insurance and fuel,
yeah,
Yeah.
he said,
which is
so,
minimal.
100%. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not, I'm saying, that's, it does, it covers that, so.
I think it's a
kind of
good investment.
I don't think you're wrong. I think
Oh, I think
some middle ground on that, and then, like I said, next year have a better structure, and then put it in a pot and figure out how to divvy it up. But I do like your idea on that, bounce that on
put it on them instead of us.
the Firemen's Association, let them bring it back to us with ideas, so it's not us structuring that for them.
Somebody turn your chair back on.
Well, we know where everybody's at, we can hash that one again and come back to it.
Okay.
Whatever the number is, it's times 10, so.
Well, so what are we putting in?
For my budget, I'm gonna put in $2,500 increase, and then we can hash it out when we go to open. It's kind of a split the difference,
Hash it out which way?
up or down.
When we do what, the final budget?
Yeah,
He's saying at 2,500, that takes him to $14,000.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
I still like 15.
if you guys have the votes, and I think you do, you can certainly amend that one.
So as far as amending the money per run, we'd have to work on that this next year and then try to get that implemented next year, right? Right.
Well, and allocate whatever you give them, whatever the entire budget is. You might give some of them 7,000, you might give some of them 20.
Oh, I know that.
I mean, if you do it correctly, I mean, it's based on merit, calls, and
Yeah, I know. And this is
But they need to
this
sort
is
it.
just base money to keep a truck in a barn and pay the fuel bill. What we're talking about, I don't want to take this money next year and split it, this money up. Is that what you want to do? I don't want to take this money next
No,
year and
not
split it
this.
up.
I would say that on top of that. we
On
need
top of
to-
this, okay.
I mean,
well, I mean, at some point in time, let's just go write them a check for 40 or 50.
well, it's our responsibility to begin with.
Well, I understand, but at some point in time, taxpayers got to pay for it.
Well, let's, Gary, I
We can
think,
give them an ESD and be done.
I think the road you're going down is if we don't support it in a better fashion, somehow, however that fashion should be, you're going to all be under an ESD, and you're going to be managing that anyway.
But if we do that, the voter will have voted for it, and then we can say, hey, you asked for it, you got it. All right.
So in other words, you're ducking and running is what I say. But
I
anyway,
don't
let's
look
go.
around very often.
Yeah.
For the preliminary, we're going to do 2,500 increase. Let's drop down to constables, precinct 1. I do not recommend a raise there. They're actually at 48, and the average was 44 a year. Bulletproof vest, I can't really speak to that. Those of you that have been doing this for a while, is this really a position that would warrant a bulletproof vest?
If I was serving papers, I'd wear one, but
I've never seen them wear one's what concerns me. And it goes back to Bucker here, if it truly ages out, then vests age out. But these guys have been doing law enforcement, both of them I know for 30 plus years, and they don't have a bulletproof vest. But again, it might be dated. We might better get them one. You know, $700, I don't know what kind of bulletproof vests they're getting. So,
What does a bulletproof vest cost? $750?
Yeah, they put,
depending on what level they
you
get.
can get the high level, $7,000.
Yeah.
they put an example in their budget request.
Yeah.
I think it's something similar like the sheriff's gone to, where it's something they throw on, got their mold, or however you say that.
Of course, one of them 700, one 750, so I don't know what the difference is.
Size. I think it is.
I thought that, but I was going to be kind.
Actually, the one they referenced was 639.
And that's what the budget ought to be then, 630.
I agree. Shelley, is that what you had in your handout, 639?
Yeah.
They're gonna have some shipping.
Of course, by the time you get it, it might be 700. So.
Okay, well, I want to change it to 700.
I wasn't here, but you guys talked about car maintenance, and I guess they gave y'all $2,500 for maintenance on their cars, and y'all gave them $4,200.
Oh,
The-
maintenance. Okay.
Yeah, we're not there yet, but yeah, the 40.
It's not on this list.
Yeah, it's not. What we discussed was, and Shelley, jump in here, please, was the 4,200 would cover the incidentals that they needed to get done. One of them needed tires, one of them had some knobs that weren't working correctly. So what we told them was that we wouldn't go with new vehicles, but we certainly wanted to take the vehicles they got and get them up to good, working, safe, operating condition. And one of them needs a front end alignment, one of them needed tires, there was some fan that you had to do just right, that to make it work, you had to jiggle it or something. So there was nothing major wrong with either vehicle. It was just small annoyances that needed to be fixed. And the number we kicked around was $4,200 to fix it and maintain it. Now, that may be too high, may be too low.
You guys were there and heard more than I did, obviously, but anything you give them above what they need to fix that car is going to be, they're going to do budget amendments on and buy something else. And that takes us to that $1,800 line item for ammo, which is, to me, nuts. But if you need $2,500, I mean, a set of tires, $1,000 for a good set of tires, $150 for a front end alignment, a couple $1,000 for maintenance. And if they ask for 25 is good, but what are they going to do with the other 1,700?
Oh, they had a whole list of everything from air conditioner work
Well,
to,
I may have that.
one of them, all the headrests are gone.
Yeah, I'll do that now.
They're gone.
Somebody wore a cowboy hat took it out.
Yeah, probably. And same thing, I mean,
But not that that was,
one of these guys wear cowboy hat all the time, one of them doesn't, as far as I know. But
I put 750 there, Judge, because the budget for this year was 450, and he asked for 1,200, because he said he may need uniform money for his reserves.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll go back 750.
Oh, is that put in that line item? Okay.
She kept better notes.
But I'm just saying, if we know how that works. If you pad it anywhere, it'll be toys.
Well, I don't want them to be in a position where everything's not fixed in safe operating condition.
We just need to, I would say,
Need to
caution
make-
them that they don't do budget amendments out of car maintenance to buy ammo.
I think that's the best way to do it, is not allow budget amendments to move repair money over into something else. And my recommendation for the ammunition guys, I think 1,800 is way too much. I'm thinking at the most 350, and that includes ammunition for his reserves. When he originally put this in his budget, he wanted to shoot all three of them one box a month. After doing some research, they only have to qualify once a year. Now, do we want to be able to do some practicing? Absolutely. But even at this, it's $40. That's real quickly here.
Well, at $30, ammo's coming back. $30, that's $100. That's 10 boxes.
10 boxes.
That's 3 boxes a quarter.
You guys tell me, I've dealt with constables before, and I don't know how much practice they need to do.
how many boxes does that end up being? 600, you're talking about the $600.
No, I'm talking about 350.
350.
I done 300 at $30 a box and said 10 boxes.
Okay.
Is what I done. And assume he split that, that's, well, 2.3 ammo's not that much. And of course, I don't know how many assault rifles they're carrying. You do the math, it's just, that's a bunch of ammo.
The total are start shooting once a month.
You know, the PD shoots maybe twice a year, and one of those is a qualification.
Now, $1,800 is a lot of ammo.
You know, so if you gave them, there's 3 of them, if you gave them 2 boxes a year, that's 12 boxes or something like that. Gosh, I can't do that. 2 boxes a year, that's 6 boxes.
If you bought $1,800 worth, that'd be $60.
Well, at 6 boxes, about $180.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
The zero's wrong.
60, God, that'd be.
I'd say about $300 max for him, and because he says he has 2 reserves, 3 total, and I'd do 100 for precinct 1 who doesn't have a reserve. That's, and then you're probably going to hear the argument that to qualify with whatever they're going to carry.
Yeah.
Well, the way that works is they issue a box of shells, and you carry it for a year, and you shoot that at your qualification, and they give you another box of high-dollar ammo. You don't go out there and plink with your gold duck. That's up to you guys. I just telling you what
Split the
other
difference and
agencies do.
give them another box at $350. But I agree with Gary, we need to be real careful about watching for budget amendments, so we don't move money out of car repair into boxes of ammo.
Bullets.
So you're at 350 on precinct 1, and then
Figure
third of that for,
let's give him the benefit of the doubt and give him 200 for 2.
All right.
And remove the vehicle.
Yeah.
On precinct 2,
Yes.
I remove the raise, we'll leave the bulletproof vest, bring his ammunition to 200, and remove the vehicle. Okay, I didn't have any adjustments to the sheriffs. What you see there is what I'm recommending.
Is he able to get his cars this year?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't think Shelley's paid for any, so I don't think he's received any.
I had Debbie call Defender this morning. They're placing orders next week, and they are thinking they should have them around January, February of 2022.
Wow.
Have they gotten the ones that they ordered? Wow.
They haven't got the ones,
So that means it's going to have.
those are the ones he's going to get in January, or the ones?
No, Defender is placing their
Oh,
orders now.
Defender, okay, I got you. Wow.
That's 7.
We ordered, when Ray took office, we ordered his in January. We haven't got them yet.
So we know when we're going to get that, but they're not going to be 22. They're not,
No.
they're on their way somewhere.
Well, I don't even know if we're gonna get those.
That's seven new cars. I
Six.
wonder. Well, in the jail, that's seven.
So,
I wonder if we could get him to postpone one of those CIDs. And then on that, and he and I talked about the transport vehicle at one point in time. He was going to put the full police package on it, and said that way if he needed one in patrol, he could go get it. I don't know what the difference is in a police package and a regular Tahoe, but I know his comments was he wanted something reliable, so he might just get a Tahoe without the police package, but,
I called him about that.
okay.
He was insistent upon having it fully rigged so it could be used and in fact, he even indication he would rotate it into service, so.
Okay, I mean, if he truly needed it for the jail, he needs one for the jail. I just didn't want him to use that to justify
Yep.
getting one for the jail. Let's get him one for the jail,
Yeah,
Okay,
a dedicated one.
all right. Moving right along. Courthouse
Okay.
security, I guess. Is that where we are?
Actually, the next one that I wanted to change and discuss with you guys is the rural subdivision. Of course, it works for me. But I don't think that does Todd do a good job? He does. He's basing what he thinks to be a reasonable increase on what the previous person was making. I just don't see that. Hopefully we give a good raise and he'll be able to get something, but I don't think we should go in and give personal raises if he's not inappropriate or disproportionate to other people doing that job. And actually, he's a little ahead of the Montag guy. Montag's a little smaller. So that's my recommendation there. He requested a full-time assistant. Here was my thinking on this, is if in fact we do, and we don't know that we will, but if we move a Veterans Affair and Emergency Management into this building, then we can put Todd with them, and that might warrant a administrative assistant, and all three of them share that administrative assistant. I'm reluctant to bring one in over here that's exclusively for Todd's. Now, do we get a lot of traffic in my office? I bet she processes probably 15, 20 applications a day and takes the money and whatnot, but I mean, we're keeping our head above water. We stay a little late every now and then, but I'm not sure that we're to the point where we need to add a full-time person. I don't think any of you guys would support it either. So I'm taking that out. The new vehicle, now we may have to renegotiate this, I'm taking that out as well, but we're planning on taking the 2014 Ford 150 that the sheriff's office is using for a CDI vehicle that only has 68,000 miles on it and give it to Todd, if the court will allow us to do that.
I'm good with that.
And that will do away with that 50,000.
I know we talked about upping his maintenance budget, but I don't know if there's much. Well, he was gonna get some work done on it immediately with this budget.
He was, yeah, he had enough to do it, yeah. And then the last one is a salary adjustment for the extension agent. Understand she's in the process of changing jobs, so I don't think that's applicable any longer, so I'm going to remove that. So that's kind of what I would like to submit as the preliminary budget, unless you guys see something grossly wrong with it. I think we've
Pretty much lied in line with what I saw.
But you need to figure out what your number is for raise.
Yeah, and mine's 5%.
Okay.
That's where I'm at right now, unless somebody can talk me into 7.
I don't think so.
And I'll be honest with you guys, if we come back and we have the money to support it, I'm probably going to lobby for 7. I think that, due to the fact that our employees didn't get anything last year, and they didn't get anything not the year before, but the year before that one, I understand. They've fallen behind quite a bit.
You know how long it took to get the money we have in the bank?
A long time, sir, I'm sure.
You know how fast you can shovel it out with a teaspoon quicker than you can shovel it in with a scoop?
And I agree, 100%.
And it's not that I don't want to give anybody a 7% or an 8% or a 9% raise. I also have to look the taxpayer in the eye and manage the money properly and make it sustainable. And by sustainable, I mean nice and smooth, not rough patches any more than we have to.
Absolutely. We wouldn't vote for anything that wasn't sustainable based on what the revenue flow is today, but we have no reason to believe, Leon, that the revenue flow is going to decrease. I mean, is there any indicators? In fact, the indicators are a 15% jump in real estate prices in 2021, another 10% in 2022. So we believe, with the data that's out there today, that at least for the next 2 years, that the cost of homes is going to go up.
Did you work in the White House?
No, he's doing stuff based on statistics.
Because this sounds like some of the fairy dust I hear coming out of Washington.
No, I
through
hear statistics there. I don't, and we know we're growing. We know everybody's coming to
I understand,
Texas.
but with growth comes increased cost, increased service.
And more people help share.
And more stuff that we have to do. It's not all gravy, please, trust me.
We agree.
And again, if we can get some of it paid for ARPA for 3 years, and I'm not an advocate of taking on Medicaid, because they'll cut the money off, but you get 3 years of it there that it could be paid for.
What's going to be paid for?
ARPA.
Salaries.
ARPA or ARPA?
It's ARPA, isn't it? America's Rescue Plan or something.
Something like
They
that.
throw an A on the end of it for ACT, American Rescue Plan Act. I don't know why.
American Rescue Program.
What the Program Act.
Good Lord, it changes every day.
Well, that's all I have, unless someone, is there anything else we need to discuss, Shelley?
You sent an updated, you sent changes to your budget? Kathy sent changes to your budget?
Yes, ma'am.
So that, changed just a smidge.
Okay.
So that
Somebody scared a
changed
baby.
the, not taking into consideration any of these changes by putting in the changes you made, that changed the 5% budget to $30,840,000.
Looky there. You think she's not good?
Hang on. Do that again, Shelley.
30,850,640.
That's not a whole lot for four-week roads.
Yeah.
100,000?
No,
That's a million.
Committed.
neither.
How many zeros?
100,000.
Yeah.
Barely anything.
Change my wife on let me do the checkbook.
Yeah. Not much.
So if we could recap, because I think I missed something.
Oh, you didn't.
Sure. I can send this when I updated it as we went.
Okay.
I'll do that. I'll send this to you.
All right.
What do you think you missed?
The constables,
You were sitting there. Oh, you were looking for stuff for
yeah,
us.
on the ammo for 1 and 2. I think I got the ammo for 2, but not 1.
350.
350?
We just got nickel on two.
Yeah, I did.
We do have, we do have a Tahoe out of precinct 2. Constable.
Is that surplus?
I don't ever talk to her, Bridge. I only talk to her on the phone. That has sat in the parking lot, we surplus at the auction, and we do have one, I don't know what kind of shape it's in, that if it needs to be rerouted.
Okay, I'll ask that question. I did ask about the Dodge Ram. It's actually a Durango, not a pickup. And he told me it was shot. Yeah.
I have a wonderful Crown Vic.
I've heard that. Yeah.
How much you want for it?
I want to say good things about the sheriff, but he's white, so I'm not going to say anything.
I think.
If I could put a fuel tank in the back of it, I'd drive that sucker home.
I could do my old days where you're the house, you would, but.
Huh?
Do like the old days, we put the trunk up, you know, so.
Yeah, I look like a trunk.
If we had a fleet services department, and we had it as a vehicle any department could take on, to a conference, but we don't have a fleet department there.
We wouldn't take that one anyway. Judge?
Yes, sir.
Something we haven't done. We need to probably put some design money in on the crest building.
Oh, yeah, I wrote another note down earlier too.
And what about we've got the parking lot covered, right?
Yeah. Do we have it listed in the
I
budget
have it as 450,000.
Okay.
for the parking lot?
But you have it in there.
I have it in there.
Yeah, I think 160 is way short.
On concrete, yeah, I don't think.
Because that's not engineering, that's not,
Yeah.
but concrete's a lot of money.
But, yeah, but whether we spend it or not, in either of these situations, we need some design money for crest building, so it doesn't sell where mothballs through here.
Well, but I can take some from the parking lot and move it to crest. 450 is probably too much, but 160 is not enough
So what do you got to put in there for the crest building?
for design.
Anything.
Well, she said that we would use whatever is left
I can
over.
do 100,000 for design, I mean.
Yeah, because we don't want to, that 450 might not cover it, it might be, like I said, concrete steel's high.
Well, we have a bid, not a bid, quote, for $168,000 was his rough guess of what it would cost. That's curbs and everything, entries.
I think we're wondering if that's anywhere
Yeah. I agree, that seems a little low. I'd buffer that by at least 30%, and Shelley's right, it's probably gonna be another 70 or 80,000 in engineering.
And you gotta have a payment performance bond on that, because it's over 100,000.
I'd bet it almost needs 450. But anyway, wouldn't hurt to drop 100,000 for design for Chris. And we've got money for this to finish.
Well, it's
in there, yeah, yeah,
Plus, come out some money, pay.
Yeah.
And we've
So
got-
what's the intention, what do we intend to do with the Crest building this next year?
Well, that's a good question. I was planning on having a meeting. Let's wrap this up and, well, I guess.
Another meeting on that.
That'd be another different-
Because this is not.
We can't do that on that.
No, we're going to have another meeting to brainstorm 2-year plan, 3-year, 4-year plan.
Development, you're gonna have some design review, so it don't set for 6-7 years.
But if you're going to do something with it and start next year, you're going to have to put money in the budget for it, more than just design.
I'm thinking it'll take us a year to get the design, you know.
I say we put $500,000 in the budget.
Do it.
I say we put $500,000 in the budget for it. We don't use it, we don't use it.
There you go, let's see about
We
it.
got contingency.
Yeah.
I don't think it ought to sit there empty for a year without doing something with it. But I don't want to be sitting in a meeting 6 months from now and say, well, you didn't put anything in the budget for it. We used it on. I think you ought to put at least $500,000. That sounds good. I like the sound of that, $500,000.
I don't think it'll take anywhere near that to.
But we don't need to spend it just because it's in there.
That what we.
But again, we
have
still have, this tax rate may drive some of it. You
Well,
know,
that doesn't mean we're going to spend it, Gary, whether you take it out of contingency or devote it to the building, one or the
No,
other. If you intend to spend it, it's easier to spend money out of contingency on something you didn't intend to spend it for than it is to have it.
But you have to use the tax rate to fund the
If-
contingency, is what I'm saying.
Well, I know, so you might as well devote something to it. Earmark it.
contingency, or do you want me to lower contingency, or do you want me to add another $500,000?
Oh, because you're saying driving the number.
What's in the contingent, what are you going to have in contingency?
$2 million, like I have been put,
How much of the contingency did we use this year?
almost all of it.
I rest my case.
But we bought the Crest building.
Well, I know.
Is that out of permanent?
That was out of permanent
out of
improvement, but that's because I used almost all of it to do the radio, because that wasn't budgeted.
We don't have all the bugs worked out of that yet either, so.
We're in pretty good shape right there, as long as we get our leases.
So what's your thoughts, Shelley, if we want to try to do something with that building this year?
This year in 21 or this year in 22?
22. You've seen this
We
building?
don't have the money for next year to do
Renovation.
$2 million renovation.
Does it need a $2 million renovation?
That's what probably it's gonna cost.
That one?
That, less than 9,000 square feet across the street is gonna cost $1.5 million.
You're doing quite a bit of reconstruction, and hopefully we won't need that much over there.
Oh, I think
That's
absolutely need
quite a bit.
more. Yeah, need more.
Well, that's another thing. We need to earmark the money for that too.
I can't hear you.
There's 1.5 earmarked
Okay.
for that,
For what?
for the annex.
Look, if you get out of that.
220. I'm glad we didn't
Okay.
do this before lunch.
Anything else? I really appreciate you taking the extra time and helping the new guy get through this. I make the motion that we adjourn.
I second it.
Have a second from Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.